Okay, me back. Hello. I was briefly here, but I had to get up and do one more thing because adulting is hard and it sucks and stuff. But hello. How's everyone doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. There's me. I've got a cat hair in my eye already. Today is starting out interesting. It's an interesting day. Um, but I wasn't even gonna do Wonderlands today, but through some theory crafting that Rune, Sen, and I got into yesterday, ended up resulting in a setup that's pretty good, and I decided that I wanted to mess around with it more and see what's what, see what we could cram into it. So there's a lot of experimentation I want to do, and it's a fun setup. I enjoy it more than I thought I would. Let's do the thing with the thing and the thing. But greeting everyone first. We got loading screen, Rune, Jester, Reckless Monster, Avi, Pup T, Soccer Chick, David, Jules, Ben Me, Urban Mech, Kitty, Stone Swan. Are we naming? All right, what's the human name of this build? Boris? Is this Boris? Why is this Boris? We're not British. We can't say Boris. Good news, pain issues from the last few days have cleared up. Bad news, wife has COVID because her boss is selfish, careless jerk and went to work sick this week without even bothering to test. Oh, well, fuck that guy. That's fucking frustrating. I'm sorry. Ugh. That's the worst. Is it? Hopefully it remains mild. If it is still mild, hopefully it becomes mild if it's not. And that's frustrating. I'm sorry I gotta deal with that, Jester. Hey, Wolf Booty. How you doing? Quick question. You ever play Elden Ring? I haven't played it yet. Your toxicity expertise might give me confidence. I have not played Elden Ring. I've consumed a lot of Elden Ring content. I'm familiar with the game through osmosis. It's something that I have not played because my PC would violently explode if I attempted to. It's just too old. I've been kicking the can of a PC upgrade down the road for a few months until like the right time. I put away the money for it, um, thanks to you guys. Um, but I'm still waiting for the right time. You know, I want to get as good an upgrade as possible for the best deal possible. But then stuff like Elden Ring becomes possible for stream because my PC won't explode. Hey Fireball, how you doing? It's just really mild right now. It just means canceling a lot of our plans for the next 2 weeks, and it may mean I have to push back one of my doctor's appointments yet again. I've been trying to see this doctor since June. I'm so sorry, Jester. That's fucked. Yeah, selfish, thoughtless people. Alright, so this setup. It's certainly one of these setups to ever set up. Oh, we got Anarchy too. Okay. Okay, thoughts on time 7 versus time 14? I think time 7. Hey, Nadashvia, how you doing? Looks pretty mad. Hey, Locosius, how you doing? Morning, Archimedes. My game is having a little trouble waking up at the moment. Morning, Grasshopper. Hey, Irish, how are you doing? Satisfying sound coming from? That's the sound you get when using roid parts. Morning, Fitch. What, Anarchy be useful for stab him? So, Anarchy is scale simple bullet damage. Meaning, it's not just, like, bullet damage that's a mult with gun damage, it's just a mult with that, too. So, like, Stab-O-Matic gets it. It's silly. It just goes, is bullet, buff. Hey, Sinji. Stavos a little bit cursed then? Eh, much less so. Much less so. Oh, awkward. Little slow. 442, little slow. Just a little slow. Running Xe Blade? Yes. Something I want to try. Try Body Rune. See how that works out. Yes, there's going to be a lot of runs of me not spending crystals. I apologize in advance. So what's the build and tech? Alright, so. Bone Carver. Grave Stabbo. A multi-class that there's not been a lot of highlight on throughout the life of the game. But basically, the reasoning behind Graveborn is you get 4 Thrall stacks innately with just Demi-Lich and 3 points in Dark Hydras. But you can push that further if you use a class mod, an armor, to boost it to 6 Hydras. And you also get 5 Thralls out of that. So 15% global damage per companion and up to 7 stacks just from this class alone. We're using a Brutal Stampede. Brutal Stampede gives bullet damage, aka the kind that works on Stab-O-Matic, if you get the gun damage roll at the bottom. Can also give crit damage. We're doing it from the Shadows build, so the crit damage is relevant. And using a Frostburn, which is a Vigilant Sigil that can be multi-charge, has a short cooldown, and because Vigilant Sigils give you 3 stacks, they give you 3 Hydras, that's 3 stacks of Thralls, but also 3 stacks of Stampede. So if we were to pop both our Frostburns and kill 6 enemies, we would have 13 stacks of not only Faithful Thralls, but also 13 stacks of Brutal Stampede. So 13 times 7 for a fresh multiplier for the gun that we're not getting anywhere else. And 13 times 7 for crit damage, which, because we're in From the Shadows, it applies to everything we do. Universal Soldier to sustain the Stab-O-Matic, of course. Using Snake Stick for even more potential stacks for Thralls and Stampede. You can have up to 3 of these out at once. So really, I could have 16 stacks if I push that further. And then in the Stab-O-Mancer tree, Alchemical Agent, Contagion, because we're doing melee stuff, of course. But Executioner's Blade is also here because the Frostburn is going to be able to trigger it. Any hits from the Frostburn will be able to Exeblade. And background and hero points are a little bit in flux right now. Currently, we're doing the Failed Monk background for Science, which is a strength penalty, a dexterity penalty, but a bonus to intelligence and wisdom. And hero points are max strength, max intelligence, and remainder not constitution, attunement for From the Shadows cooldown. I'm still thinking that maybe the attunement points go over to wisdom, honestly. Because that's not a huge difference for the cooldown, but that is a huge difference for the status. Because, remember, Contagion double dips that. I'll probably respec that right now, see how that feels. This build's still at a bit of an early state. So I'm kind of making decisions on the fly. Hey, Rabbit, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? Hey, Loading, how are you? I'm feeding the armor bunny for the last hour, just realized I don't have the armor I want to unlock for the bunny's pain. Mention potentially swapping amulet passes, which ones you considering between fire rate, reload, status damage? I'd think fire rate, if anything. Personally. It's pretty fun to me. It's very fun. They make it so you can change the background now, or that still mean new character? It would still mean new character. Loading. It would still mean new character. Or, testing tools. It's good. Good fun to Overwatch 2. Having people to play with made it a lot more fun. Yeah, in any sort of, PvP shooter, I can't play those without friends anymore. I just can't do it. Honestly, you could argue for maxing wisdom and intelligence and putting the remainder in strength attunement instead of maxing strength. Thing is, dots are gonna double dip strength. Like, they also double dip wisdom because contagion, but, like, the alchemical agent dots are gonna double dip the strength. And then contagion can dip it again off of that. Let me, so I don't pollute the testing environment too much. Let me go back to Curse Wit for a run. I want to do Body Rune run after that. Got in this morning, was fun. Yeah, I'm glad it worked. I have a question. What's up, Brain Farts? think it's a good C100 melee build? There's a lot. This is technically a melee build. There's also melee builds focus on swinging, melee builds focus on Storm Dragon's Judgment, melee builds focus on Dreadwin, on Ghostblade, and there's a lot. I play a lot of them. It's the main thing I play, even. Stabo Blight. I have a Stabo Blight build that does Ghostblade. It's a lot of fun. Ouchies. I got too aggressive there. I gotta actually watch my health bar. I'm not used to having the ability to heal, so I'm just like, well, I guess I'll tank through it, but sometimes I do have to heal here. Memed on Bark with this yet? I haven't. Oh, that's gonna be so toxic. I'll have to do that.
Come on, have some fun.
I still like the idea of Last Gasp here, because it's fire rate. But there's other ways to get fire rate there. Let's do a body rune run. What class mod should I use? The one with good stats. If you think that's a frustratingly vague answer, that's the point. Game is not so simple as to boil it down that way. These blooms are frustrating. I was using selective amnesia. Want to try something else? Then try something else. Oh, I've been on cats are amazing. I love them. Yo, same. Cats are the best. Hey, Cheese, how you doing? How'd the Chaos Climb go? Kevin. Sniper, how's that? That's the Tooth Raider, Scotty. A blue quest reward. We use it because it has 9 projectiles, applies melee crossbolts. So, you can shoot it 3 times to hit crossbolt cap 25. And you get 5% more damage for anything you do that's melee that connects with that target. That is a fresh mold with the rest of the melee formula for each crossbolt. So 125% extra damage for shooting this 3 times. Not 25% extra damage, 125% extra damage. It's 78, going well enough for only using the head cannon. Let's go. Head cannon's still goated. Using level 20 shields to meme? No, they break easier, which means I get the bonus easier. Sabo versus Bark, it's so toxic. 3 dogs, a Labradoodle, a Shepherd Retriever, and a purebred boxer. Oh, that's cute. I have this cat who thinks he's a dog. Yeah, this cat. Yes, you. Hello. Jake or Kevin? This is Kevin. Learn so much every time I watch your channel. Yeah, happy to have you here. There's a lot of useless information about these kinds of games that
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
with enough time and insanity you can turn into useful information. And that's the gray area I like to live in. Do give good advice. I'm thankful for it, and I appreciate that, brain farts. Useless information is not always useless. That's also true. I'm trying to see how Body Run feels compared to Curse Wit. That would have been a lot faster with Curse Wit. Another thought I had for this is just saying fuck it and going full send and wearing the Deuces anyway. Even though we wouldn't get good uptime on it. Just me, Calamity's a lot more rare any purple spell. That would be just you. They're not weighted any higher or lower than other spell types. That we know of. And my game is chugging along. It does not like the amount of things happening. It wasn't doing this before, so I think it's, we finally found a build that my PC is just like, no, you can't stream this. You can play this, but you can't stream this. Which just makes me want to play it more. I almost don't like this being as good as it is. Chivo's ideas are meant to turn into things. Hey, lots of builds start as shitposts and become more. There's still optimizations to be made. I'm mostly getting familiar right now. So, like, fire rate amulet is the next thing I was thinking about. So, we have status on the amulet right now, which is nice because it boosts alchemical agent and contagion will double dip it. But fire rate will mean more shots delivered per from the shadows. That's a potential upgrade. Snack stick, love to see it. Yeah, it's not only is it a good alchemical agent spam system, but it's extra thralls and stampede stacks.
Welcome back.
Honestly, with how much we get from Stampede, that less strength, more wisdom might not be the worst idea, but thonking. Still gotta thonk about it. What does Stampede do? So, for each companion you have, you will get 2 bonuses. Now, these 2 bonuses can be different between each Stampede. There's a pool of ones that can pull from. But for each individual companion you have, you get a stack. And we can have a lot of companions here. Crit on Stampede scales with strength. If you mean if it's additive with strength, then yes. Goes in the same category of your damage formula as strength. Meaning you can afford to lose some strength. Part of why I'm running a minus strength background at the moment. Build seems fun. It is fun. There's a lot to keep track of, but it's fun. too far forward. I mean, update notes and damage formula doc, if I remember. If I remember. Sure. Morning, Roddy. How are you? That was a slow Banshee kill, but 355 isn't bad for that. Philgax. Ben 10 moment. Don't you think that C100 should be much more difficult? I think it should be pushing the limits of what a build can do, similar to Diablo 3 Greater Rifts. I can get to 120-ish, 150 is just too difficult. It's time investment to get the gear. Well, the thing is, Grasshopper, if you look at the difference of enemy HP compared to C50, it is a lot higher. Old C50, pre-patch C50, was 1800. That is now C60.5, really. It's between C60 C61. C100 is 4,471%. So massively more tanky. A huge spike, but a spike that still keeps builds relevant. We're already kind of at a point where, for example, a lot of mainline gun builds, the typical pew-pew builds you'd want to sort of play, those start to fall off in the higher chaos tiers if you're not making very specific choices. You might have a sample size of your own experience because you are a knowledgeable player who pays attention to mechanics, but you might also watch creators like Lazy, like me, who like to play well-optimized stuff. Particularly things in the melee sphere is a lot of what I've found theory crafters have been enjoying. Stone Swan doing his crazy dot stuff. He's another person who likes to theory craft what is optimal. If you're exposing yourself to only that kind of content, then C100 might seem trivial. Like, less than 4 minutes for a boss run, and I called it slow at C100. Yeah, but keep in mind, this is theory crafting at, like, the highest level. Your average gameplay on C100 does not look like this. Good, how are you? Hit C60 last week in my Dreadwin build. Can't wait for Chaotic Gear to be gone for good. Yeah, you're almost there, Roddy. C64 is when that happens. So you're almost there. Like, it just has 3 guns. I don't know what I would put in the 4th. I mean, I guess, like, a Fear Not Strike. But I can't think of anything hugely useful. I mean, a Taser. Queen's Cry Taser. I should get that. I'll hit the Pistol Bunny for Queen's Cry Taser. But basically, rounding back, circle back around to your question, Grasshopper. Would I like the ability to push even farther than this? Absolutely. Fortunately, there's, you know, community-made mods and stuff that allow that. But considering how much pushback people have experienced for any sort of increase to difficulty in this game, I'm just thankful we got this much. Forgot a no-not is a thing, to be honest. I haven't seen a no-not in so long that I forgot it was a thing in the game. That's weird. I was like, is that a new? No, that's been there. Hey, that's a good scalawag. Shame it's not ×2. Ascended ×2 liquid cooling. It exists! I gotta do liquid cooling C100 stuff. I gotta. That is a melee fear not. Really, there's... Okay. I was gonna say there's no Queen's Cries in here. Hello? But there is. Oh, it's not even a strike. Never mind. Throw it on the ground. And this is zip rockets. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's what happens when I don't have my morning coffee. Amalgam the Vendor. Amalgam the Vendor's cool. Auto matching the Vendor is very good as well, if you are trying to play gun builds. Well, liquid cooling nerfed and dead. Well, you were misled. You were misled. Good auto magic to look for. ×3 is my personal preference, so that you don't end up reloading too much. You want ×3 and then probably a lower mag. The lower the mag, the higher the damage. Auto magic has a lot of part variance. It's worth noting. Like this mag can be up into the 60s. But ×3 is the goal, if you ask me. Like 57 mag is high. See, that's a difference of 53 damage per projectile. Or it's a ×3 and high fire rate, so that's a pretty big overall DPS difference. But keep in mind, one of Automagic's few weaknesses is that it reloads slow. Not only is the range not very good, but it reloads slow. So you're gonna be... You want to barrel stuff. Hey, taser. Nice. You want to barrel stuff and reload as infrequently as you possibly can. It's not in BL3, so I can't say no reference. I mean, you could still say it anyway. Is handbow worth using? Do you want to use the handbow? If the answer is yes, then yes.
Now the fun begins. Yes, I'll return you to your crew when our contract is done.
How many characters complete all the challenge buffs yet? Enough that I don't remember. You're referring to just the collectibles again? I really wouldn't consider it a challenge. But enough that I don't care. Would be the answer there, I suppose. Wow, she didn't even move. How's this build work? Has lots going on. I'll explain it again after the run. Fuck. Very specific question. You happen to know if spell radius affects singularity on spells like Frostburn just as high as the Sigil's Dome? That's a question I don't actually know the answer to, loading screen. That's a good question. So I went for how many Dark Hydras? I don't know. Hard to tell. Yeah, I just killed 3 enemies, so I have 3, 4... Yeah, 4... Back down to 3... Yeah, usually in the 2 to 4 range. I don't frequently get up to 6. Which, yes, that enhances the argument for going more thralls than Hydras on the armor. But the chance is still there. So you're saying there's a chance. $420 planned, calculated. Alright, stream's over. Goodbye. Actual gamer. Still planning to get home, try to watch a bar. Sounds good. Hey Mahoney, how you doing? Slow, true. Hey Baron, how are you? Frostburn Hydras also count. I thought they'd be weird since it's also a sigil spell. Yeah, the Hydras from Vigilant Sigils do count. And Frostburn is unique because it's the only Vigilant Sigil that not only does it have the singularity from a Rebuking Sigil, but it can get multi-charges. So we have a 2-charge Frostburn. No other sigil can do that. So Frostburn, you can just hit your spell button twice and have 6 stacks. Nothing else allows you to do that. For my Dreadwin build, I know before you said I should look for area damage on my armor. Is that better than ability damage? Since ability damage directly goes into Dreadwin damage, right? It is better than ability damage because it's less common than ability damage. For example, you can't get area damage rings. You can't get area damage myth rank. You can get ability damage just much more easily than area damage. Area damage only comes from 3 places: Berserker skill tree, armor passive, or weapon enchant. So yeah, always want it on armor where possible if you're using a build that benefits from it. Tune in and out. What does Taser do for the setup? Can't speak. Executioner's Blade. 69 milliseconds. Great, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, Executioner's Blade. Have a great day. You as well. Got 1 pistol kill? Holy shit, I did. Holy shit, I did. I got 0 melee kills, but 1 pistol kill. And I got 6 shotgun kills. How does this work? 1 poison kill. How does this work? No critical kills. None. It doesn't. That's the fun part. It doesn't. So yeah, the build. Essentially, this is a Bone Carver build structured around the stacking mechanics offered by Faithful Thralls and Brutal Stampede, and using that to apply to melee damage. We have a Stab-O-Matic, which is our main focus, but since we do also want Alchemical Agent, and it's only a few more points to get to Executioner's Blade, we can go that route too. Head out now, catch you later. Sounds good, son. See you later. So we take Faithful Thralls, because with our armor boosting it by 2, 5 out of 3 Thralls is 15% global damage per companion. Now we can get up to like 16 companions at peak in this setup. And yeah, we do get the bonus for each of them. Boosting Dark Hydras with our armor allows us to increase the cap of Hydras we can have. Now, you only have a 60% chance to spawn one per kill, which is part of why Graveborn Capstone is so good for Hydras, but we don't have the points to get down there if we're going for Alchemical, which we do want. But this allows us to go up to potentially 6 Hydras, which is a lot more stacks. Sanguine Sacrament's there for a nice heal. Dread Covenant's there for survivability as well. Ascension. Honestly, Ascension's not doing that much here. The spell damage is helping Frostburn minimally, and the HP is giving us a little more buffer. But realistically, these Ascension points could go elsewhere. I've been thinking about where. Now, 1,000 Cuts on the surface seems like a good idea, but because we have so much Faithful Thralls and it's in the same category, like, full investment in 1,000 Cuts is less than 2 stacks of Thralls with how our setup currently works. So, like, meh. And there's not that much else that would be impactful. Sneak Attack is going to be additive with the second bonus we have from Stampede, so not a big deal. Follow-up is barely going to even be active. Arsenal is so small as to basically be nothing. So there's nothing in the Sabo tree that would really be hugely beneficial from this point. I guess a point in Harvest would be good for the Snake Stick. Maybe even max out Harvest, to be perfectly honest. That's probably the play. Either 1 Harvest, 2 Ascension, or 3 Harvest. I'll probably respect to that. Hero points wise, we max Strength, we max Intelligence, remainder in Wisdom. Currently using a background that gives minus Strength, minus Dex, plus Intelligence, plus Wisdom. That's Failed Monk. Gear-wise, Snake Stick, because you can have up to 3 of these, and that's more Thrall stacks, that's more Stampede stacks. Also, the Hydras themselves deal melee damage, which means they apply Alchemical Agent and benefit from all our melee boosts. We've got a times 14 Stab-O-Matic that is just there to occupy a weapon slot. I'll unequip it even. Tootherator for melee crossbolts and Exi-Blade delivery. Stab-O-Matic is the main tool. Queen's Cry Taser for Exi-Blade delivery. It's not even necessary to put enchants on these. Then Thumb Cuffs with action skill duration, melee crit damage. You got a lot of flexibility with passives here. You could go Radius if you wanted the barrier of your Frostburn to be bigger. You could go action skill cooldown if you wanted a different way of getting FTS uptime. Melee crit chance for consistency outside of From the Shadows. You got lots of choices there. Honestly, even dump one of these for a Demon Blight would be a decent play. Low-level Cursed Wit. Pretty self-explanatory. It breaks easier. The Brutal Stampede we mentioned. Now, this can roll different passes on the bottom. The gun damage offered by Stampede at the bottom is bullet damage. It's fresh mult for guns, not named Gluttony. But it is also the kind of gun damage that Stab-O-Matic gets. They change magic bullets away from that type. Stampede gives you that type. Universal Soldier to stop from having to reload. And then Frostburn for huge amounts of companions on demand. Counts as area damage. You can do exclamation point damage and see the individual damage formulas for most things of relevance in the game. There's lots of things that do get area damage that you wouldn't think do, and there's lots of things that don't get area damage that you would think do. For example, Blizzard, the Spore Warden action skill, that's not area damage. You know what is area damage? Hydras. Just Hydras in general. Area damage. Weird, right?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's not a Kevin near me at the moment. There's a Jake looking out the window. He's being very cute. I don't know where Kevin is at the moment. Not consistency. How you doing, Dex? Bonus elements need more chances for dots. Spreading split the weakness. Yeah. Hey, Moon Girl. Be seated for the Bowser movie? Yes. And I'll catch you later. Sounds good, son. Why, Blizzard? Why? I knew you'd have something. Irish. Yeah, it's pain. It's pain. Harvest bonus element for pets? Correct. Anything that's a companion will get harvest. This includes even things like Spirit Swarm, but it would apply to our Dark Hydras, which sounds a little redundant, but more importantly, this would apply to Snake Stick and Frostburn. So we want that. We're going to do a quick respec. Spore Warden can't have nice things. Pain. Yeah, the free points here to get to Axioblade. I guess at this point Swift Death because it's the bigger potential value. I could go Sneak Attack, which makes no logical sense with how the Brutal Stampede is set up. Considering how often I'm standing still to shitpost, I think I'll just take 1,000 cuts. Because I'm not moving. Or was the thought behind taking only Swift Death that now Butt Stallion can't boost that and boosts more important things instead? Could be that. That's a decent reason. Oh well, too late now. I don't need the spell damage for Frostburn. I don't really need the max HP either. Onska's nice, especially when you spend Iridium to get Terramorphous Arena. I've been a Dairy Queen in a minute. Yo, me either. I could go for a Frosty. Cookie dough Frosty? The fact that Blizzard hasn't been addressed yet makes me feel like there's something cursed we just haven't discovered yet. It just... I'm not going to say it's impossible, because there's no way to know what you don't know, right? But a lot of people have had eyes on Blizzard, and it requires the stuff you resort to when nothing else makes the thing work to make it work. It requires the likes of, you know, Buffmeister, Mosquito to even start really moving health bars at high level old C50. Now keep in mind that the game's just gotten beefier since then. So, like, I don't expect Blizzard on C100 to do fucking anything at all. So these 3 skill points. I guess I could do Essence Drain for spell cooldown for Frostburn. That's probably optimal. Yeah. Feral Surge considered weak? Yes. It's fun. I like the theme of the action skill a lot, and it doesn't need that much love to be put in a position where it's desirable. But yes, Jake, I'm explaining. It's a bit weak.
Now this is the look of...
Come on, have some fun. You go on ahead.
Assassin's Train? Yeah.
I'll swing in later to make your life hard.
Oh boy. Holy connection, Batman. The urge to surge. He is long cat mode right now, just like against my wall, screaming at it. Long cat. Jake. Jake. Come here. Long cat. Warms my soul. He's a good boy. He is goodest boy. He's purring very loudly. Cat, why are you so cat?
From beyond the veil. I contest again.
Purpose of the Queen's Cry tasers. Trigger Executioner's Blade. Stab him answer capstone. Executioner's Blade just requires a spell or a gun crit. And it does not care how much damage that crit dealt. So not only are our spell hydras able to do it, despite being very weak damage output wise, our tasers can do it. Loves giving you working Iron Banshee today. It really does. That's annoying. Think any sword builds C100 yet? Not yet.
Magic begin.
Why can Stab-O-Matic not hit that? I know that was the end of the run anyway, but ugh. Science stream. You think a burst Stabbo purple armor with melee damage, area damage better than a burst spore or amnesia that only has melee crit chance? Good stat. And damage and spell damage or other stats with Primordial. No, I don't. I think that it being an amnesia combined with having the crit chance is enough for it to be better. And if it's a burst spore, then the skills for that are Affinity, Cold Snap, and Icebreaker. So you're getting good skills from that. So yeah, the amnesia will be better. Flashback to launch and shit on Exeblade. As Urban Mech said, launch Exeblade wasn't that good. It used to only be 100%, not 150. And remember, a big thing with launch is time to kill. Enemies didn't live long enough for you to care about Exeblade. They just didn't have enough HP. As enemy HP has gone up, the value of Exeblade's gone up. And a lot of it is we did readjust as we learn more things. I'm not trying to do featured. No. Stop that. No featured.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
That was a very inopportune time to go down. Like, actually the literally worst possible second to go down. And we did it. Managed it. Bad start. Free and Cold Snap on an Icebreaker. Yeah, that'll be really good then. Wasn't the launch Exeblade as bad? It was that, though. It was definitely that, too. He gave it a 50% increase to its base damage. That's a big change. Keep in mind, Volatile was the biggest possible base damage at that time. And the chances were not high. I missed. Oh, and apparently this enchant doesn't even work remotely how it says it does. It's not after casting a spell your next melee attack, it's after casting a spell for 5 seconds your melee damage. And then that's conditional. So, like, this is 40% of a Cursed Wit, as long as you can cast a spell every 5 seconds. Kinda nuts. Having a Saitama breakfast. Barrel. Reset. Yes, I'm being picky about runs. But this is more about me getting the practice in. I do have other melee stuff I want to dive into today as well. I want to try out the hammer build through some more maker runs and stuff like that. But this is new, so pardon me just slamming this into boss trials for a bit. Boss runs.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in late.
Like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, and on Twitter, I wasn't even gonna do Wonderlands today, but this wormed its way into my brain. Ooh, Anarchy run. Another thing about doing FTS Taser XE Blade is that Universal Soldier will give you back more tasers, so you can just keep doing this.
Oh, don't look at me like that. I need your help.
Ready for the Crit Connoisseur Anarchy run, right, dude? Yeah, it could have been faster, but I actually lost track of the boss. Juggling too much. Oh, not waiting long. Crit Connoisseur Anarchy. Oh no. Oh no, poor Banshee. Is that 500k Stab-O-Matic shots? That's totally 500k Stab-O-Matic shots. Hmm. 334. That was a very slow Banshee fight, and I was not moving particularly fast, but 334. That's pretty good, I'll take that. Hey, I got 15 melee kills that time, and 2 pistol kills. Yeah, I think the tasers are actually killing things. Even got a fire kill. Yeah, Harvest is definitely the play over Ascension. Another one.
prepared? We'll see.
Please before the light.
Dragon Lord. I wanted to go fast, though. Yeah, he did that again. Dragon Lord, you're blocking the portal. That's so toxic. He actually body blocked. Just crits spawn the stick. I mean, isn't that just kind of a standard feature for a dick?
I hope you're ready to fight villainy, because I've got a bone to pick with evil.
Anarchy.
Spell!
Your balls are easier to hit. Yes, yes, that applies to all body parts. So, I'm not small, I just have a more optimal hitbox. Easy clap. Goddamn barrels. That's the thing with Frostburn. You will die to barrels. A lot. A lot. Gotta remember to shoot the barrels with Stab-O-Matic. Because that knocks them away. Melee sends barrels flying.
Are you you prepared? We'll see.
Stop burrowing, you shit. Something I could do instead of reloading the Tooth Raider is just switch to it after I've set up XE Blades with the taser, and get the reloads from Universal Soldier. How do you say this compares to old Spellblade's Diabomatic builds? This is weaker. This is weaker. Now how I know that? You could just put a Spellblade on this build back then, and it would work. But this is very strong. Another 344. I thought that was slower. I'll take it, though. Fast bosses, I guess. LeChance is very fast. That Wastard was slow, though. I lost so much time on that. Lost like 10, 15 seconds on Wastard. Sub 3 is totally possible with the right combination of bosses. Also, I suppose obelisks that spawn me close enough that my Frostburn starts in range. Peg leg. It's so nice that all gear that drops is relevant. Like, it's all at least primordial. Alright, I want to do one more good run of this. And then I'll switch to doing some hammer throw stuff. Or maybe I'll do Ghostblade. I don't know, haven't decided. Hey, Insomnia, how you doing? Thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second to properly address your message. You're pragmatic. Morning, Foster. It sounds fun. How we doing it at gaming perchance? We is gaming. We is definitely gaming. Now I gotta go, hopefully be back later. Take it easy, son. Slow because I didn't have FTS, but I'll take it. That run felt good. 310. 310. That was really close to the sub 3. That was real close. But yeah, Insomnia, thank you for the 17 months with the streak. Took a little 3-month-ish hiatus from Twitch. Feeling better about life. How you been? I've been great. And hey, good for you taking care of yourself. You know, self-care, all that stuff. Breaks are healthy. And thank you for keeping the sub rolling in the meantime. Means the world. So, because I didn't have FTS active on Parasite. And I didn't manage my Tooth Raider reloads well. And I even bottomed out my taser in one of those obelisk rooms. I think that collectively lost me over 10 seconds. But that's pretty good. And that was only Crit Connoisseur. That wasn't Anarchy as well. Crit Connoisseur was, like, arguably hurting me on that Parasite kill, honestly. They'll go fast. Okay, I don't know how necessary Shadow Step here is, but, like, very minor difference between having it and having another point in 1,000 Cuts or Swift Death versus not is a more minor thing than not having Shadow Step at all when I would want it, so, okay, whatever. Ascension, don't really miss it. Harvest is nice. Yeah. Alright, spec is solid right now. Background could still maybe stand to change. If there's a background that gives even more intelligence, that might be optimal, but we'll see. Gear-wise, still gonna experiment with that. Let's do some hammer throwing. Let's do some hammer throwing. I don't have a laser hand set up. I don't have one put together right now. My spell setup is just kind of gutted at the moment. Yeah, sorry. I think my builds are melting than I see yours. That's one that Rune, Sen, and I were crunching last night, and Rune was working on it on his stream. If you want to see the process of how that came together. You can go view it over there. So I want to apply this enchant to this build, see how it feels. Maybe test out I wanted to test out plate mail and other ward options. Do I have... Possible change background on a character? Not without third-party assistance. Don't mind me, this is science stream. Take me on Discord with any changes you made. Not back on the streak. Yes, the end of the streak. So I just, I now have a plate mail with the same passes as the other armor I was using. Science is great, isn't it? I do love some science.
Think you can make it?
No! I dipped one toe into the water. One toe. One of my little toesies. And Butt Stallion really loosened those fracking regulations in the Wonderlands, and look what happened. I was about to throw my hammer. God damn it. See, targets like Celissa are what the plate mail thought was for. Because of the lightning resist. But I think the loss of damage is too noticeable. Hopefully we get drill in this run so I can confirm that theory. I could always just unequip and just put it back on if we get drill. Love Quag Wicked so much, he's everything I strive to be. I'm glad you like it. Rookie mistake. Activated my hammer during a weapon swap that bugs it out. Ascended Khan with melee crossbolts. Actually, yes. Yeah, it's way weaker with plate mail. Okay, good info to have. So special about pickaxe. Look at the crit stats. And then also look at the fact that it has decent base damage, can roll in any element, gives you movement speed, spell cooldown, action skill cooldown, gives you more money, and can have the third fastest swing speed of any weapon in the game. What isn't special about the pickaxe would be a better question. You can dig hole, you can do that too. It's not Salt and Battery. You're right, it's better than Salt and Battery for a majority of builds. Weird thing to bring up, but okay. Yeah, plate mail's not even really healing as much as I'd hoped it would. But this is why field testing is good. Needs a more Minecrafty sound, I think. You think Minecraft invented pickaxes? Interesting. That's back in 1405. Well, Minecraft wasn't even the first video game, though. Minecraft was the second video game. Minecraft copied off of Destiny 2. Specifically Destiny 2. We don't talk about Destiny 1, it wasn't a thing. No, Destiny copied Fortnite. Common misconception. Fortnite is actually a DLC for Destiny 2. And then Destiny 1 ripped off Fortnite. Damage is back? Yeah. Yeah. Definitely melodemonic. Does Lex Amnesia max out damage at a certain point, meaning movement speed damage no longer worth adding? No, it doesn't ever max Cabin Honkers. And the way Amnesia works is it gives you, at a 1-to-1 ratio, 1% of movement speed equals 1% global damage. Now, Selective Amnesia itself gives you 20% when its effect is on. So total up your movement speed from the rest of your kit, and then add 20, and that's the amount of damage Amnesia can give. It can give you the single largest damage boost of any item, like, just slot-wise. It gives you the most. I think the only thing that comes close nowadays is Brutal Stampede, with, like, a crazy amount of thralls, a crazy amount of companions, I should say. Nothing else gives you even close to as much, potentially. It's like Frenzied Wrath for companion damage. It goes up to 100. Amnesia can get you up to the range of 200, if not more. Brutal Stampede can give you 6% per stack, and you could feasibly have, like, 20 stacks if you worked hard. Amnesia's goated. Serious question, thoughts on Mario movie? They should hire voice actors to do voice acting, is my thoughts. Does Amnesia give damage from Goblin Pickaxe move speed? Yes. Yes, it does. Hey, BFG. How you doing? Hope your day's going well.
Good luck.
Using Peg Leg's movement damage buff is good? Yes. Peg Leg and Pickaxe both give you a good amount of movement speed to go into the Amnesia formula.
Time to put someone in a cast.
No! Water! Why is water? Is it based off your current speed, right? Just whatever numbers you have active. It's based off of your movement speed stat. It doesn't look at how fast your movement is, it looks at your movement speed stat. So this is also why things like the slide speed increase from slip and stun will not go into it, why the sprint speed alter will not go into it, because it's not increasing your movement speed stat, it's increasing how fast you move. There's a distinction. Swift Death and Elusive care how fast you are moving. Whereas Red Hellion and Selective Amnesia just look at your movement speed stat.
Wipe your shoes off at death's door.
Yeah, this water is causing me problems. Could tell by the load time. Oh, movement speed passive on Amnesia, free 39% all damage on Ascended. Sometimes. So, like, as long as there's nothing more important on your armor, then yeah, movement speed on Amnesia is great. But make sure that you're not forgetting things like area damage being a very hard multiplier to acquire. If you're doing a build like Storm Dragon's Judgment, which really wants to hit a certain threshold of crit chance, that's important. But that does leave you room for one passive, so usually, yeah. Usually. They're bullying me. Chad, I'm being bullied. What's happening is I'm standing in a lot more stuff than I should be, because I got used to having that Graveborn healing and just face tanking things. No, I'm not doing Imelda. You stop it. Consider violence as a solution. Violence is not the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes. Worst enemies, barrels, and elemental clouds. Water. Water, water, water.
For the hug, Dad. Let's do it again soon. Finally!
So, would you like a side of violence or explosions with your violence today? Yes.
That's when things were heating up.
Water! I landed in the water again. Describe your similar philosophy of that impact. Sir, that was an either-or question. Morning, Mentalist. How you doing? Oh boy, Wester, the biggest pushover in the fucking game. It does greatly annoy me. That this boss is now what he is.
Finally, a sky of
Rubber boots in this game. Gearbox, make that a shield. I like that idea. I happen to know other calamities roll texture projectiles. Imminent calamities can. The others cannot. The regular ones might be able to, but I know that blazing can't. Consuming can't. Raining can. Raining and imminent can, and I believe those are the only ones. Also the Hellfire. Giga Chad Pigwort with resists. Hey Don, how you doing? You found the pickaxe you're looking for? I was given the pickaxe I was looking for. Did I find it? No. But I got it. Hey, New X-Men, how are you? Hey, by water barrels, elemental clouds, with the worst enemies? I'll agree with that. I don't feel like doing Feodor, and the run was slow anyway. I want to get a sub 5 on Hammer Throw if I can manage it. Want to make a pickaxe build? Do it! Vorkanar, you okay? Vorkanar, you good, homie? Bit of a cough. I'm referring to this. I'm referring to that. He was levitating off the ground. He's a bit elevated. Enemy achieves enlightenment, only to be brutally murdered. That's dark. I like it. God damn it. Pharaoh's deadliest enemy is the game. I understand, try to accept it, always feel wrong to die by them. It's always frustrating. It's always frustrating. Never happy about it, especially when I'm trying to do things quickly and I'm getting mostly rooms with water and barrels. There are obelisk rooms that are not this, nightmarish. But I'm just getting a string of awkward ones. And Dragon Lord. Well, this wasn't fast anyway. Took action to save himself from melee. Didn't work.
Before your dragon lord.
I accidentally opened a chest with my hammer. I was like, open lootable objects, what?
I am invincible! Attack!
Oh, an excellent one.
Standing tall against the enemy. Hmm.
Fingers of death.
Hope that works out for you.
Good almost afternoon, Manigeek. How are you? Physically hurts me to see you ignore the shinies. I'm trying to go fast. $6.22. Yeah, Dragon Lord slowed that down a bit. I want to get a sub 5. I'm trying to keep my edge here. Oh well, let's go back to the other build for a bit. Because I'm sure some of the people here were not, here when I was playing it. It's not named No DLC Grave. Accurately, by the way. There's DLC involved. Barrels are capable of locomotion, able to target you. That would be my nemesis. Stone Swan always says that if they made a raid boss that they actually wanted to be like a raid boss, it'd be a barrel. Barrelly invincible. Okay. So this build
Take it.
is silly. Best run so far of the day with it is we got a 3:10. 3 minutes 10 second boss run.
For destruction. Magic time!
I'm Prince of War. Which character would multi-class with Dreadwin setups? Stabomancer. not 12 yet. Time's been so slow today. Yeah, I've definitely got that feeling as well. Blood of the Fallen. I do Alchemical. Blast Chill doesn't help Dreadwin. So, Alchemical. I go Executioner's Blade, personally. Hey Griff, how you doing? Yeah, I go, Executioner's Blade to help deal with the enemies that Dreadwin physically can't connect with, namely Bernadette and Imelda. $427. We missed the 420. I want to try one duration ring, one cooldown ring. Because it ending faster means I also can work through the cooldown faster, and more cooldown means the cooldown is faster. Almost dank. We had a dank run earlier. We had the 420. First owners are always a bit late. You're not wrong.
I hope you're ready to fight villainy, because I've got a bone to pick.
Good, how about you? Doing great. Also, they insert unnecessary apostrophes into plural nouns. That nightmare was slow. 309, PB'd by 1 second. That's 1 second faster than the previous on-stream best. With a slow nightmare, slow-ish Zomboss. I'll take it. Especially considering Nightmare is pretty significantly slower than, like, the theoretical fastest bosses. Like, Zomboss is a little slower, too. LeChance Chum's Parasite is the fastest 3, I believe. Still, that was good. Instead of Barbarian with Burkhab and Plaguestorm, I think I've ever had more fun with this game. Plaguestorm with Blood of the Fallen, such a good time. Especially in boss run, where you can just keep it localized, and it's good stuff. It's definitely good stuff. Let's maybe put this up against some raid bosses. See how that feels. I don't think this will do well against, like, the Maker. Also, I don't think I have max shotgun us to use. Can't be bothered to check.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Build is this? A new one. It's a Stab-O-Matic build. It can also do a bunch of other melee-ish stuff. Nope, barrel, 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 barrel. I saw it as I was casting, I was like, fuck. Alright, let's run this back. And fade away isn't a thing in this game. From the shadows. Barrel. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Does Ghostblade get the elemental melee weapon? Actually, not Ghostblade. They both do. They both do. This stage proc Blade? Yes. Woke up from a nap? Ooh, naps are good. Day my Saturday, let's go. Why Snake Stick and not something else? Because Snake Stick is the only melee weapon that gives us companions. We're using Graveborn's Faithful Thralls to get global damage per companion we have out, and we're using a Brutal Stampede armor to get bullet damage and crit damage for each companion we have out. So not only does Snake Stick have good crit stats, which is relevant to all melee builds, it gives us more companions, which is 3 different damage formula things for us. Those companions are also melee damage, so they can apply alchemical agent themselves. And Snake Stick is one of the better melee weapons to use when you are swinging infrequently. When you're swinging infrequently... I missed Bark. Reset. Forgot I'm doing Maker Run. Maker Run. Maker Run. Ugh.
Enter if you dare. But
X-Blade have internal cooldown? Yeah, about 0.7 seconds is what's been suggested. But it does have an internal cooldown.
Are you feeling at me? Death on the way.
Because I've got a bone to pick with evil.
Lightning Salt and Battery should take care of Maker. Cool.
Archer's Bane.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I was too close to that barrel. Okay. Head of Snake made it good here. Stampede only setup. Head of the Snake doesn't provide any damage, whereas Stampede is the only thing that provides damage scaling off the number of companions we have. This terrible, horrible, unredeemable game literally ruined my life and stole my lunch money. I'm glad you asked, Asa. This is Borderlands 2?
Ah, yes. Adventure.
Wonderland's 2 better. I cannot wait for that discourse. Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be truly the spiciest. Oh, thanks for helping me out, Cyclops. See, unlike Cyclops from the X-Men, that Cyclops is actually helpful. Got him. So excited to playing Godfall again the past couple hours, so it's so much fun. Fucking love that game. Godfall is so criminally underrated. The build crafting in that game is incredible, and the core combat, it just flows. Buttery smooth gameplay.
I can cast again!
Weird that Frostburn didn't pop those that time, but okay. Can't wait for BL4 to come out and these same people say it's awful. Every time. Every time. Because I want attention. True. New thing bad, I don't like change. I've shared my thoughts on the matter extensively, and I don't care to repeat at the moment, but you guys know how I feel about that whole thing. Was there a raid boss in that room? Oh well, hope not. No, Gloop's in this one. Gloop's in this one. Okay. I didn't fuck up. This time. Something to get in the habit of when playing Stab-O-Matic builds is make sure you shoot the barrels. Because Stab-O-Matic is melee, it applies the melee knockback, so they won't immediately blow up in your face. They will get launched away and then blow up. Does that not go through that fucking rope? Okay.
We meet at last. Oh,
Time for the reusable barrels? No, because the reusable barrels can't be moved. They'll instead, like, they'll jump like they're trying to be moved, but, like, they'll stay in place. Those you still have to be mindful of. Unfortunately.
there he is.
I'd like to inform the community that while I do appreciate all the investment and quality of life Justin's made in BL4, I was still... Why did I start reading that? Oof. Physical pain. Actual psychic damage dealt to my body. Well done. You think you'd be able to create your own endgame maps with enemies? I think that'd be sick, Avi. I think that'd be really cool. I would definitely spend lots of time doing that. Well, you know, it can't be abused for item drops, doesn't devolve into solely that. That is the dark side of it, yeah. Okay. If Head of the Snake gave something else, like, if it also gave damage to your Hydras or something, that would give it some value, but it doesn't. Is that a fortifying sigil? No, that's a Frostburn. The only unique sigil in the game. Frostburn is a combination of a Vigilant and a Rebuking sigil, and it is the only sigil in the game that can get multiple charges. Ran 3 miles, one day back up to 6 miles. Let's fucking go, Pup T. Absolute legend. Truly the GOAT. Oh, I'm sorry, Bark. It'd be nice if Gloop's attacks had functional hitboxes. That'd be cool. Go through a bunch of ammo I wouldn't have had to otherwise. Should have saved FTS, but... yeah, that Salt and Battery is insanity. Yeah, that Salt and Battery with From the Shadows and all the Stampede nonsense we have going on, that's silly. It's a little silly. About 3.8 billion. Nice. Ooh, that's a nice spike. Extra projectile on a single ice spike is pretty good. It's got a crit chance for that base of 43% crit chance. That can get even higher. Spell parts are so funny. I'm gonna roll spells just because I want to see more stuff like that. Like Storm Melee with the Rage Handles my boss in setup right now. I'm loving it. Shredded Nightmare. I feel like a god. Glad you're enjoying. I have a lot of crystals. This is a lot of crystals. I guess in terms of other weapon I should have on this, I should probably have a live wire for that 4th slot. Makes the most sense. We'll roll SMG Bunny for that. And I haven't used a Twister in such a long time. I'll have to do that. Ooh, Blazing Calamity with 2 Radius parts. That's gonna cover a huge area. There's so many things I still want to use. Item diversity in this game is great. Like, I've got polymorph stuff I want to do. I've got a lot of different gun builds I want to do. Still a bunch of spell tech I've yet to explore. Spells I haven't revisited since the game was new. Melee is still the majority of what I spend my time doing. Quaking Sunder with Radius, Spell Charge, Crit Damage. Crit Damage isn't great, but Radius and Spell Charge? Another Blazing Calamity. Radius part, Spell Damage part. I'm doubling down. I feel I can't do a single run without finding at least one item I want to try out. It's a good problem to have. Alright, I just seen a live wire. The parts on it and everything don't actually matter. Just gotta be a live wire. That's all. There we go. A live wire. We're good. Oh, there's an ascended one. I guess I'll pick that up too. Ascended volley. 786? Is that a max damage volley? I didn't know they could get that high. What the fuck? I had a 600 that I was proud of, like, months ago. 786? That's so good. Does it go higher? Yes, I know. I'm leaving a lot of crystals. Head cannon. Cheese be like. Much I like being able to use 2000. I think there's an option to spend all your crystals at once. I think they can do it. They already did it with Moxie's Tip Jar and Sanctuary. They didn't do that though. They did not. With Moxie's Tip Jar on Sanctuary in Borderlands 3, you can tip in either 100 or 1,000 dollars at a time. And she gives you one item into your mail if she gives you an item at all. Your mail also has a limit. If they put a meant more like multiple options to use currency at once, yes, there are multiple options. You just hold the button for less time. Simple as that. If they gave a spend all crystals option, people's consoles would brick. It would destroy it. My computer wouldn't be able to handle that either. Because think about the amount of loot that comes out from one pull there. I did 2-3 of my bunny pulls there, and I had enough for like 11 more. People's machines could not handle that. The game would not be able to handle that at all. Like, doing a slaughter shaft in BL3 is enough to cause consoles to barely run. At least last-gen consoles. I don't think it would be in anyone's best interest for a spend-all button, because keep in mind that's also something you could use to mess with other people's games. Because while your loot doesn't render on their screen, I'm sure the game will be like, hang on, some shit is happening right now. What am I rolling for here? So I'll cast melee. Spill all my loot in one pull. I take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment, Jaybridge. Wouldn't show your bank, so I know what to keep and what not. My bank is not going to be a healthy indicator of that. There's stuff in my bank that's been there since, like, April. My bank is so full, I play as if I don't have a bank. Level 37 random blue scalawag. Hey, I have a level 35 luring elemental blast. You never know when you'll need that. You never know. Level 23 Pookie's Chew Toys, so I'm not going to say anything. Level 17 Volatile Gear. Slot 2 do be cursed. Lazy got a Chaotic in Slot 2. On Chaos 100. Slot 2 is Randy's save editor output. Yeah, I've gotten a level 22, 23 Primordial. Took me a second to unpack why that was cursed. Maintain a database all the year I've seen. I have 25k naturally dropped items, yet I still can't find armor X with 3 into Y. But no rare farms, by the way, Scrunt. No rare farms. It's too easy to get everything. vanilla slot 2 is boring. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why do I have singularity effects up there? Huh. Okay.
I've located a healing vial.
At least this run is a relatively fast maker access run.
Hey, who wants some? Come and get it! That's what I thought.
Yes, I'm sure they're all quaking in their boots just beyond some nearby scenery.
Spread out, see? Give a skull some room.
Build run looks fun. Yeah, this is the setup that Sen, Rune, and I were working on a lot yesterday. The thought process is to optimize Stab-O-Matic. And it worked out that way. It's just, it also does other stuff. Like, we've got Snake Stick going on, we've got Executioner's Blade going on. Got a lot of room to do a lot of stuff. It's fun watching Rune last night with you all doing theory crafting thing for a good bit. I was enjoying watching those nuts and bolts streams. Yeah, a lot of it was just us throwing out ideas and then like, oh well, that would be good because this, but no, this would be better here. A lot of it is just bouncing ideas off of each other, and I really enjoy that. Sen had the core idea. Rune did the actual, you know, hands-on stuff, and I optimized from the back. From the back, you say? Uh-huh. Just love what I optimize from the back. It's me, I'm bitches.
Its bark is worse than its bug.
Bye, Bark. So why does that happen? It's very frustrating. Estimated chance of getting to make a run on normal one's super rare. I mean, you have 7 rooms, and you need to get a raid boss in 3 of the 7 rooms, and only 5 of them have the chance, so, like, the chances aren't great. Well, that's not... That's unfortunate. Yeah, chances aren't great. Extended runs, you have better chances because there's more rooms. But in the featured, it's guaranteed. That's a bit of community feedback they heard in the first couple weeks.
Not well equal lives on. My spell is ready.
Let's see how long this takes. Not long. Yeah, Salt and Battery really, gross. About the same speed as the last run. I was slower everywhere except, The last few bosses. Extremely rough estimate based on experience, 20%. 20% sounds in the realm of, yeah, about what I expect. You could probably call it 30% for an extended. Damn it. I was trying to get to 20,000 exactly. Sag. Race max crystals hit, animation takes longer, is it really any faster? Yes. It is still more efficient because you don't have to wait in between animations. So like there's a cooldown at the end of each time you spend with the bunny where it has to reset back to its resting animation before you can interact with it. The new animation is still faster than spam and equivalent at times of the old one. Additionally, the loot split of the 2000 is slightly more favorable than it would have been with 4 of the 500s. So not only is it faster, it's also more loot. Sended laser hand with spell damage, cooldown rate, status damage. What's the actual dot on that? Show me the actual dot. There we go. It's trying. You see that melee OC. I'm easily amused. How you doing, Broken English? I'm very easily amused. Doing awesome. How about yourself this fine Friday? Doing great. Enjoying digging into the nuts and bolts of optimizing various areas of melee. It's crazy that just melee builds in this game have more build diversity than, like, a lot of games, period, across all of their playstyles. It's so sick. This one is an optimized stab-o-matic setup that can also multitask and do a bunch of other cool things. And then the other build I've been messing around with on stream today and lately is a Storm Dragon's Judgment setup. And I've still got lots more I want to do for Dreadwind, lots more I want to do for Ghostblade. There's just... And then there's true melee, of course, or actually swinging is the focus. There's just so much you can do with melee in this game. Get to throw myself back to 101's been grinding RuneScape. Oh, how's that been treating you? I very briefly played RuneScape in middle school, so I must have been 11, 12. But I remember nothing about it. This was, 16 years ago. 17 years ago. Or today I accidentally bought one generation higher injectors for my car than I needed. Time to spend more money on car parts. Oh no. Ascended headcanon is beautiful. It's only 13 mil. That's honestly pretty good for an Ascended vendor item. And Ascended Headcanon, when built around, can take you through C100 comfortably. Headcanon's real good. So good to keep money around for that. Playing a lot with Spellshock, Capstone, and Ambihextrous. It's made spells fun again. I swap spells daily, try new combos, drop in excessive sigils, calamities, even spectral talons, lean on multi-spell guns, get my crits, any suggestions. You can always plop a bunch of Queen's Cry tasers. What's good about the Queen's Cry is it's not even just suited to spellcaster builds because it scales with spell damage. It does. The shots from this and the meteors that result from that are spell damage. But the underbarrel, the taser is gun damage, and it ticks extremely quickly. You can also attach it to enemies' crit spots if you are able to, like Dragonlord right here. You know, this would be critting if he was an enemy, just constantly. It ticks very fast. You can stick a bunch of them there, and they will crit very, very consistently. So that's a choice.
Think you can make it?
Another couple boss runs.
Fancy brother, you rolling out, eh?
This should be interesting.
I can consider that one, thanks. Of course. Always welcome. Oopsie. How you doing, Civil? Dragonlord again. A lot of Dragonlord today. A lot of Dragonlord lately. Unfortunate. I actually just straight up lost sight of him. Mike the Mushroom, a unique enemy. It's designed what he does. Not quite Fred the Goblin level, though. All hail Fred the Goblin. The realest of the real. It's fun when the dots are still ticking on Dragonlord after you phase Bernadette. That's always a good time. Spell damage, cooldown rate, crit damage. That's a really good laser hand. I'll take that. I popped FTS too early. Oh, you're there. Okay. I thought you went a totally different direction. That's fine, though. Dragonlord, my skin is literally melting quag. What a fun time! That does sound like something I would say. Another one.
You're ready to fight villainy, because I've got a bone.
Scale 1 to 10, I'd rate your pain. Quag needs build info. I'm a man of science. I haven't gotten nearly as much drill as I want to. That sounds dirty. Postcast 100. Like, drill's a good build testing boss, but I keep getting fucking Dragonlord. me some drill. You say you want to optimize drill from the back? Listen, have you pinged a drill recently? Have you looked to see how long that tail is? You got a lot to hold on to, is all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying this. I want you to know I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that I want a live-action remake of The Shape of Water starring me and Drill. I'm not saying that. Okay? Sorry, LeChance. You tried, buddy. It should remain unsaid. Uh-huh.
My spell is ready. See, this is why I like.
That one okay. 441. That one okay. Said he keeps getting fucking Dragon Lord. Yeah, it's the Lord of Dragon fucking. A donkey. Your Berserker is genuinely viable? Yes. Running Stampede? Yes. Stampede.
Back off! Back off! Crowding me!
Your Berserker is genuinely viable. Technical question. If you want to give a snack a belly rub, where do you start and stop? That is a good question. I feel like you envision an amount of neck that is, like, not cute, but also not creepy. So, if you give it too much room for what you would consider the neck, then, like, it looks creepy. But if you don't give it enough, then it's like, oh... So, you need to envision, what would the snake look like in a sweater? And then you pet the sweater region, but you don't go below the sweater region. That's for a different website. Only snacks, yes. So this is Dreadwin C61. And for science, because I'm curious. I have to take Stabo Feet for now. Because this isn't a primary class burr. $44 points in Berserker Tree for Dreadwin, just to see what happens. This build isn't set up to do that, I'm just doing it completely on a whim.
Oh yeah, I've got the goods. Choose, Fate Maker. Dare to return. Turn back now, as you might survive. I can cast again.
So, viable. Remember, this is Chaos 61, which is slightly tankier than old Chaos 50. This is a Berserker tree, 44 points invested here. I have absolutely nothing going on in my Sabomancer tree right now. In fact, my armor even only boosts Berserker skills. I just have Stabo class feet. So the only thing I'm getting from Sabomancer at the moment is, you know, like 40% crit chance. Actually, insane, not even optimized, you're just on that. Yeah, Berserker skill tree is just good. Berserker skill tree is simply good.
Arcane armor.
Chad Zerker.
Now, make me a challenge.
So, like, I'm really not talking out of my ass when I say skill trees are, like, the least important part of builds. But also, Berserker is just a good skill tree.
This world is not for you.
Echo? No? Warrior. Also purple greatsword.
Now that's more like it.
That's no alchemical agent. That's just the Dreadwin doing that much damage. Funny thing is just gonna ask what's more important, gear or skills. So in almost all circumstances, gear. Almost all circumstances, gear. There's exceptions, such as Alchemical Agent, for example, is one of those skills that's just like so good that because it provides an interaction you otherwise don't have. For the most part, skill trees are just stat boosts, but you can get much bigger versions of those stat boosts from gear. For example, Ancestral Frost here, 20% frost damage. Might sound good, but if we hop over here and look at my amulet, oh, I get 55%, just for one slot. Just 55%, more than double. Like, very few things in skill trees are actually that impactful. Try Barbarian, want to see if that works fine. There's no need to try it because it would. Here, I'll prove the point further. Ready? Zero skill points invested. I'm gonna be significantly squishier now, but it still works. Yeah, I swing slower, because that's something that you can't get from gear. I'm squishier, because unarmored defense is not something you can get from gear. But I can still kill. I had to get the guy who resists the element I'm using. And undercut the point a little bit. There we go. What point you say skill trees really start to get overshadowed by gear stat bonuses? As soon as your gear is all volatile or better. Basically. I don't think I've ever seen him do that attack. That's a new one for me. Yeah, I've never seen him do that attack before. That's kind of cool. It takes longer, but like, I wouldn't say I'm struggling here.
Shall never they.
Big of a part you say enchantments play in endgame. Depends on what setup you're doing.
Take to the sky! Oh, look at your little trick.
Spore Explosion or whatever that enchantment's called is still considered good. We tend to call it Spore Fuse around here, but the same thing. It is, but the action skill attached to it isn't. But the enchantment itself is. Yes. Hey Karma, how you doing? Good to see you. How's TwitchCon and stuff treating you?
I am invincible!
Much fun's we've been partying? Let's go. Love to hear it.
I feel
Don't you dare throw up on my pyramid! I am invincible!
Depending on how much he moves, this gets awkward, but we're okay right now.
My skeletal armies are endless! What? Did you multi-class it, dumbass?
let the magic begin.
There we go. May or may not have gotten epic quite liquefied last night. I'd be disappointed if you hadn't. That sounds great. Good group of people there. Woke up with the best hangover ever. Hey, woke up among friends, so he's winning. Or something like that, I don't know.
Are you really so eager to scrap it?
Parasite. Okay, got through that part. Once we get down to the bone bar, it'll be, easier. Oh. My own amnesia got me. Always drink responsibly, chat. Don't be me. Don't be me in my youth. I'm responsible now, but through some hard-learned lessons. Give you the bone bar. The bone bar was my nickname in high school.
You have been judged and found wanting.
Zomboss.
Back in business.
You're ready to die, or this is real awkward.
The forces of darkness encroach.
There we go. So, that is a boss run at Chaos 61. You might think 12 minutes 27 seconds, that's slow. Keep in mind, Dragon Lord, and we did so with 0 skill points. 0. None. No skill points. On a setup that I gear specifically around having this thing right here. So like this status damage roll on my Harbinger does nothing for me, for example. This Wardu was doing basically nothing for me. So yeah, like skill points are the least impactful part of most builds. Now I can spend my skill points. That'll do. I play Shroom Wraith, how would you gear it up? So I made a fart build, want to make it better. I don't have any plans to do that right now. I have a Shroom Wraith for gluttony use that I put together like the day before C100 dropped. I'll probably take that to 100, but am I going to do that right now? No. Am I going to do that today? No. Doing melee today.
Come on, have some fun. Go on, Fate Maker.
So, that earlier topic regarding hard-learned lessons. There was one night of festivities that this was in college. I consumed too much, and ended up requiring the sink. This was in like a suite style room. The people hosting the party, it's like 4 or 5 roommates. So after I was done using the sink, I needed a shower. So I just had a clothes on, sitting on the floor shower, and I fell asleep in there. Someone eventually turned the water off. So I woke up at about 5, 6 in the morning to one of the roommates there who had an early morning class. And he was just trying to get ready to go about his day. And he didn't know I was in there. So, like, he goes to open the shower curtain to get in, and I'm just, like, on the floor, half conscious. So, he tells me to, like, get out of the bathroom. But considering how much I had consumed, I misheard it. So, I got up, and I left, like, out the building, back to my dorm. And I didn't quite realize that I was still, under the influence at the time. So I thought I had misplaced my ID to get into my dorm. It was in my wallet the whole time, but I couldn't find it, even though I had it. So I left a series of panicked voicemails to my roommate, who, we had a laugh about this the next day. But he had been, like, at the same event, so he was also just knocked the fuck out. Eventually I got into the building when the custodian was leaving. I managed to get inside. And so I went up to my room, and I just immediately, as soon as I got in, I face planted onto my bed. Hearing this story pieced together by, like, the 5 people involved the next day was an experience. Like, this was a group project, arts and crafts, what the fuck did Quag do last night type shit. Average Friday night. Pretty sure it was a Wednesday. So, like, it was a culture. So the lesson in that is drink responsibly. Requiring the sink, I'd like to say from experience, the sinks outside the kitchen don't have disposals. You are correct. There was, a couple people very annoyed with me about that one.
Arcane armor. The forces of darkness encroach.
More about the journey than destination. Getting drunk never really did it for me, more of a social expectation. For me, nowadays, it's just, I like the taste of certain kinds of alcohol, so I will have small amounts periodically. Like, I buy it so infrequently, like maybe once a month. Crit connoisseur, yes please. This thing's extra annoying because it's right next to the toilet, so avoidable. No, the way this was set up was so this particular sink was like, it wasn't in a bathroom, it was in a hallway, basically. It's a suite, a dorm suite thing. But this sink was not in a kitchen, and it was not in a bathroom. This was an isolated sink. Now, the kicker is, the bathroom was indeed right across the hall, like about from here to here distance across the hall. But someone else was using the bathroom for the same reason I was. No! Cliff!
Back in business.
Never ready for that noise. Grasberg watches Quag stream. Well, I'm not hungry anymore. Hi, Felicia. Sent to the bathroom realm. And that's a run with skill points. So the primary reason why the run is so much smoother with skill points here is certain interactions. It's not necessarily just the damage bonus here, damage bonus there. As you saw, I was still able to completely brutalize some of the bosses we came up against. Banshee, for instance, was just like... But other areas where my damage fell off, for example, I didn't have Executioner's Blade to use against Bernadette. I didn't have Alchemical Agent for all the bossing scenarios, which is just an extra dot every time my melee crits. I'm just getting a big dot, and then that can snowball into Contagion, which will double dip status bonuses and, you know, get even stronger. I didn't have the healing of Unyielding or the heal on kill of Blood Frenzy. I didn't have the extra Save Your Soul duration and auto enrage from Relentless Rage. I didn't have the raw bulk of Unarmored Defense. Like, that kind of stuff is the valuable stuff in skill trees. A lot of people will ascribe player power to things like Savagery, which is just melee damage, just regular melee damage. Or Ancestral Frost, which is just an elemental molt. Arsenal, which is just very small amounts of melee spell gun damage. Those are the forgettable things in trees. Those are the very forgettable things in trees. You want the more substantive things, the weirder things, the things that you can't get from gear. What about the D&D morning coffee having vodka in it or something else? I don't know what you're talking about, Paradox. My morning coffee just has coffee in it. If I'm trying to wake up, I'm not trying to get sauced. Unless you're talking about that one time while we were playing that campaign. In which case, that was bourbon. That was like a year and a half ago at this point. Shit. Let's do a little more Stab-O-Matic stuff. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. I mean, machines are so good this week. I got my dead shot with all the monies. Yeah, so the cool thing about the Chaos tier restructure stuff is, vendors are just, they almost always have something fantastic in them now. It's not like, oh man, I wish this was a better Chaos tier. It's just always going to be good. And you make more money over time as well. But the thing is, items of high Chaos tiers are so expensive. Like, an Ascended armor is like 90-something mil. An Ascended Tootherator is like 115 mil. Is crazy how expensive some of the things are. Now, some things are very cheap. Ascended Headcannon, 13 mil. That's downright efficient. But depending on what it is, what slot it is, if it has an enchant or not, it can get very pricey. So, even when we have good vendor weeks like this for the Chaos Chamber vendors, the featured items, sometimes you just don't have the money, and sometimes you can't make the money fast enough to get it. So I really recommend consolidating your money on as many characters as you can, just in case something good pops up.
Prepared? We'll see. Good luck.
Before kids, I did enjoy a snow day morning coffee with Kahlua in it. That's a good classic. An idea for a D&D campaign, trying to hunt down your doppelgangers trying to steal your life from you. What do you think? That sounds fun. But here's the problem. A lot of people would be like, fuck it, you can have it. So, I feel like the stakes might not be high enough. Identity theft, the campaign.
I'm not out of the fight yet. Give me a minute.
Audibly giggled when you said that. What if your doppelgangers were ruining your credit score? That's their prerogative, they're me now. I didn't even have time to not Tooth Raider, Stab-O-Matic there. Didn't we just get Tonhammer? I feel like we just went through that. So I tested it, and the enchantment that boosts damage up to a certain amount of health does indeed combo with Deathless. Someone yesterday said they didn't think so. I'm glad it works. I'm glad it works. It's come in a question a couple times that I've never bothered to test that one personally. Probably retest it at some point anyway, but I will take your word for it for now. I want that. It does? Cool. Thank you, Stone Swan. 2 tests is enough for me. I think the setup is pretty cleanly, like, where I like it. 1 cooldown ring, 1 duration ring lets me have a good mix of uptime methods. Gives me... because duration's good for bossing, but not going all in on duration means I can get it on cooldown faster, and then the cooldown rate means it cools down faster. So this is a good split. I rarely actually get to 6 Hydra stacks, but having the ability to do so is a good thing. And I imagine it can happen when fighting certain mob types, like Barforms. Yeah, okay. Gamers, how goes the Stabo? It goes well, Rune. We got a 309 earlier. Changes he made. So I moved Ascension to Harvest. Instead of 5 Swift Death, I'm one Swift Death and 4,000 cuts. This gives me the ability to stand still without losing, you know, most of that. Although the impact is minor there, and should probably be investigated to see if Sneak Attack might still somehow be more optimal. But yeah, I did that. Hero points wise, we're max strength, max intelligence, remainder wisdom. I'm wearing 1 duration ring and 1 cooldown ring. Queen's Cry Taser and Livewire are taking up 2 of those slots here. Livewire for when you're swinging the snake stick, and Queen's Cry Taser for Exy Blades and an AoE. I should put an enchant on the Livewire.
I knew you couldn't stay away for long.
Can I get spellcast melee on that too? Take that, actually. A background? Failed Monk at the moment. I was thinking about Barnacle Scraper or, fucking the other one. Two of the new ones, the newer ones, the ones introduced with DLC 4 patch.
Enter if you dare.
I was thinking about those, but I can't keep the bonuses straight, which one gives what. There's one that gives, like, strength and attunement, and then I don't remember what the other one gives. Water.
Did you really think I would stay down?
Water down me 3 times there. Yeah, let's reset that one. Slow. On-spell melee stack, no enchantment stack paradox. Unlucky. Protagonizer, finally found one myself. Cool. Aw, this is a crit connoisseur run too? So much time loss. Bye. Okay. Hey, Viper. Thank you so much for the 26 with the 25 streak. Just got off work. Welcome back. 325, not a bad run. Especially considering I died in that run. Yeah, that's with a death wasting all of that time. Oh, yeah, this is a thing. Stab-o-matic pet build. Be like.
Enter if you dare.
A thing? Stab-o-matic pet build.
Ready to fight evil together? I cannot.
Try that again, and we'll. No, I don't again.
Bone Carver? Uh-huh.
Now that's more like it.
Must do some inventory management.
Hope that works out for you.
You're probably really at it.
You're a Godfall player, it's okay. Hey, Frizz. Has Lacey seen this yet? I don't think so.
Behind already is
Could have been faster. Yeah, stay back. Threw things off a little bit. But we can go faster. Got time for like one or two more.
Yes, yes, I'll return you to your tomb when our contract is done.
So basically, Viper, Hydras, Thralls, Stampede, Snake Stick, and Frostburn. 2-charge Frostburn lets us immediately get up to 7 stacks without having any kills or swinging the Snake Stick at all. So 7 stacks of Thralls is, you know, 105% global. And then on the Stampede side, 7 stacks, something in the 40s of bullet damage and crit damage. And we could have up to 6 Dark Hydras on top of that, and then 3 Snake Stick Hydras. Joint training with all damage, no idea what I would do with it, any ideas? I really love joint training. Hey Sora, how you doing? Much about Liz. Let's not use people's build names without asking them. When's the last time you've done any gameplay 101s outside of the Chaos Chambers? Yesterday. Yesterday I went and fought Arrows Wyvern. The buffed Arrows Wyvern, before it rotated out. Boris lives. Can't say I wanted to say hi. Well, hi, Sora. I appreciate you. Fun of automatically the sound of your equipped melee weapon. Oh, you imagine hearing all the pan sounds That'd be great. Bye, Vorkanar. Supplement's not any good for melee builds, or more useful amulets. It's good for gap closing. The slide speed is very strong. And if you happen to want lightning, then it's locked to lightning. So it's a good one to target. I wouldn't put it in, like, the top couple of choices, but it's not bad. Just over 5. With a high fire rate, you would just get bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Oh, just a satisfying funk. Yeah, sound design and melee in this game is good. Sigil block projectiles originate inside it, like you put a sigil around a boss or something. No, you can shoot out of them unless they bug out. There's a bug where sometimes it'll start blocking projectiles from within. But it's an inconsistent thing, and it's not an intended feature. But yeah, I think that's a good stopping point. I need to get some food. I am hungry. I also did not drink my morning coffee / advance because during the stream there was a plumber here working on my toilet, and I didn't want to have to be like, let me squeeze by you there. Let me just, how's your day going, bro? You know, that whole deal. So, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow will be Dragon Age 2. Variety Saturday, Dragon Age 2. Depending on my energy level, I'll try to do a longer stream than the last Dragon Age one. Normally my Dragon Age streams go anywhere from like 8 to 12 hours. The last one was only 6. So I'll try for at least an 8-hour stream. Maybe I start slightly early because of it. Thanks for running my toilet. Anywho, BRB, I'm gonna just destroy it. You mind checking on my pipes? Let me find somewhere for us to go. But yeah, thank you guys for all the love and support. Hope you enjoyed the melee stuff. The Sabomatic nonsense is the fruits of labor that Rune, Sen, and myself put in on that yesterday. So good stuff and things. Let's see who's live doing the thing. Pascaroni's doing Wonderlands. K6 is still on BL3. Alec is playing Sea of Thieves. Ruka's on BL3. Mr. J is on, but he looks like he's taking a break. Broken English doing RuneScape. Tizzle's doing Hearthstone. Let's go say hi to Tizzle. We haven't rated Tizzle in a long time. Oh, shit. Alec, I'm ending. Oh, no.
This position's really good for the glutes.
It was bound to happen something. I'm literally raiding right now. I was typing out the raid command. Oh, no. Thank you so much for bringing your people over here, Alec. I appreciate it. I almost raided you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For those of you who might not know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in lands games, looters in general. I also like RPGs and all that other stuff. Uh, we're at about the end of my runtime. And I'm hungry, and I have no energy because I didn't have my coffee or anything this morning because I didn't want to bother the plumber with my tiny bladder. One more run. That was the one more run.
I know.
My character's talking. I keep forgetting he can do that. But I really appreciate you bringing people over here. Means the world. All right, Al, you raid someone else like 5 minutes. Oh no, beef. Um, but yeah, I hope you guys had a wonderful time over at Alex. And I thanks for hanging out in my neck of the woods briefly. Let's see. Let's go to raid Tizzle for some Hearthstone. But considering you guys probably wanted to see some Wonderlands get played, should I go to Pascaroni? No, let's just go to Tizzle. Let's just go to Tizzle. Haven't rated Tizzle in a minute. Just a wonderful human being, friend to all people. Um, if you don't know Tizzle, you'll want to. Let me just put it that way. Truly one of the nicest people you'll run into on the internet. Music enthusiast, variety streamer, just all around good human. He's the GOAT. So thank you guys so much again for hanging out. It really does mean the world to me. Tomorrow I'll be live with continuing my Dragon Age 2 playthrough. This will be day 3 of Dragon Age 2 Nightmare difficulty. I'm doing the full Dragon Age series on Nightmare. And it'll be day 9 of the series overall. I expect we'll be on Inquisition and like day 13, maybe day 12. I don't know. We'll see. But have a wonderful rest of your day. And if I don't see you, weekend, bye-bye.
Great. It's terrible. It's terrible.